everybody, and welcome back to my playthrough of Metroid Prime Remastered. This is part 2, and for all the people watching on stream, welcome. And for those of you watching from the VODs, I hope that you have a good time. We're gonna get right back into things here, and we're gonna start by going over to the Chozo ruins again, because there's a few things that we can get now. God, I know I've said it before, but this game is just like so visually pretty. Like, god damn, like I thought the original GameCube version looked amazing, and then this version just blows it out of the water. And you guys will all be able to appreciate the graphical upgrade when I get to Prime 2, and I guess Prime 3, because those games didn't get the remaster treatment, unfortunately. I said that before. So it'll be a little bit of I'm not sure if jarring is the right word, but it'll definitely be a bit of an adjustment period. Going from this game to, well, GameCube graphics, which, again, I think look great, but nothing compared to this. Huh. I was fully expecting some enemies to show up in here because I'm used to that happening later in the game, but I guess they don't spawn in quite yet. So I'm doing this a little bit earlier than I tend to in other playthroughs. But figured I might as well do this. I'm right here and got the spider ball, got a wave beam. Okay. So we can break these with missiles. And if we break all 4 pillars, brings the whole structure down the floor. And then we can repeat until we can get all the way to the top. Just make sure we avoid this little guy. Because he will just eat the missiles and not even die from it if we accidentally hit him, so. Alright, that's floor 2 down. More of these guys to deal with. Aha. Yeah, see exactly what I mean. Let's take out this one. And then lastly, this one. It's this one. And that should be the last layer. And up here, we get a new optional item. You can go through the whole game without getting this. The Wave Buster. This is exactly what I was alluding to earlier when we got the super missiles. This is kind of the wave beam answer to the super missiles. I'll try and see if I can get a chance to really show it off a little bit later. Gonna go down here. See if we can hopefully maybe fill up our missiles again. Almost. But it's pretty much full now. Take care of that guy. And this over here seems to be weakened. So if we can get a good vantage angle on that. Let's try and take out these hives so that these war-wasps aren't annoying us. There we go. Fill up on missiles a little bit. Okay. So now that we got a good vantage point on this, let's use a super missile. And look at that little hidden missile tank. Missile expansion. Alright. Let us continue onward. Go through this door. God, they really love just giving me like health pickups and not more missiles. Well, never mind. Okay. And since we beat that first boss before, all the water is cleared up, so we don't have to worry about the poison water anymore. So we can get this now. Let's see what's in here. Take out these blast caps. Got a superheated room. We got some grapple points that we can't do anything about, so we might as well just go back for the time being, and we'll just have to remember that room for later. Let's check the map. Anything useful? I could go this way. And then there's something I can get that way. Oh, shit. Let's try and make this shortcut jump again. Nice. Lots of nice goodies. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Yeah. Almost healed back up to full. Oh. Right. Well, clearly not vulnerable to any weapons that I currently have. I guess we'll have to go another way round. Okay, it is this door. Alright. Let's try it from this way. Just have to go the long way around. Dang it. Alright. We go this way. And before I forget, I forgot to scan these guys when we saw them before, so luckily there's some here that I can scan. Cordite, and if you check in the inventory screen, Cordite tells you it's vulnerable to super missiles. So then we can activate that rune. Here's another Cordite plate. break that with a super missile. Activate that rune. And then there's another. And then last one is right there. Time these carefully. Nice. Thought I wasn't gonna grab onto that for a second. Hello. And here we have new enemies. Chozo ghosts. Spectral entities, bioelectric field, invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of the phase on the Tau and 4 environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites where they wreak havoc upon anything that dares enter the area. So yeah. The Chozo ghosts, they're pretty cool. Kind of like the first time there's really any representation of like, well, I guess not really living Chozo, but like Chozos of any kind, really, in the games. Before this, it's just like Chozo statues, like what we've been seeing up till now. You can see their bird-like heads. There's some cool concept art for the Chozo ghosts and for this game that shows them with like full like wings of light as well, which I really wish made it into the final design. Yeah. As the scans indicated, they're immune to like all your other beams except for the basic power beam, as it turns out. And you can also, because it's based on the power beam, you can do a super missile shot and now also damage them, which is really, really handy to know. That's 2 down, should be 1 more. There we go. And look at that. For our trouble, we get another Chozo artifact. Artifact of the Wild. Can't seem to remember what the third is off the top of my head. Alright then. And then we can go this way now and get back on track to where I was before. So win-win. if we go back to where we got the charge beam, now that we have Spider Ball, there's a Spider Ball track that was hidden in a room back over here. And we can take that and see where it leads. Might want to do with the ions, I think they were called. Now that that little diversion is out the way, let's head back this way. The space jump is like so handy for just like re-navigating places that you've already gone through. Like you can take so many nice little shortcuts like this. And I remember first time through I was trying to make this jump and couldn't. It's because I needed space jump boots, which gets to be like so second nature that you kind of forget about it. And now we can get this. Also because we got those space jump boots. Alright. Here we go. Here's the way. Finally, where we wanted to go. You use the spider ball and you can get up here, cross that little path, and finally a new room. Check out these guys. Bendezium. I know for a fact we don't have anything that can break Bendezium yet, so we'll just have to keep that place in mind. Chozo script translated. What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or was it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe as yet unseen by our eyes, the entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread through space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that the only surviving remnant of this evil are here, on Talon 4. Then, at least, there is hope for its eradication. Here, an item in this room. I haven't really covered this yet. If you listen really closely, you can hear like a very low droning noise. It's kind of right up there. And that tells you when there's an item hidden in that room. Which is a very handy thing to know, but it's such a low droning noise it can be hard to notice sometimes, so you gotta be paying close attention. Let's get these scans first. Many Chozo are gifted with the distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies, and the most common, tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within, until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help but fear this dark portent.
Recorded to logbook.
None know if our temple, the Cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of Cipher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future. The time when the entrusted one knows is approaching.
Recorded to logbook.
To the entrusted one, if you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs, believing in the black promise of the great poison. They seek to harness it for their own ends. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you'll be the true and trusted one. Damn. Whoa. Perspective. The camera changed perspectives, and I didn't really think that happened. And we got dismissal. All right. Oh, I was scanning this. I thought the scan was on one of these scarabs. I was like very confused. It's like I scanned this already. Chozo statue, and of course it's accompanied by a few more of these Chozo ghosts. Take that one out. Pretty good rule of thumb. Oh, that's the only one. Pretty good rule of thumb is if you do one super missile and one charge shot, it'll usually take out a Chozo ghost. Let's see if I can scan anything before I interact with the statue. Hall of Elders. I think that's what they're all gonna say. Radiation collector designed to absorb and store solar energy. They appear largely decorative. He bowling. I just like the shift from, oh, I must prey upon this orb. JK, woo! Let's see what's in this tunnel. Oh, that's the new scan we need.
Recording to logbook.
Missile station. These are like surprisingly sparse throughout this game. I can think of 2 others off the top of my head. Like, you really don't come across those things. Alright. Time for him to ponder the orb again. And now do that and disable the shield, and I want to do that because I saw this when I already was being pondered by the statue. Alright. Chozo script translated. Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. Now we can get back up here. If we go to the bottom of the pool, there's a little drainage cap, and we can blow that baby right open and watch all the water and I guess fish drain from the pool. And from there we get a little half pipe. Because again, this game is from the early 2000s. So of course there's gotta be a little half pipe. at that, we got the Ice Beam. So another beam to add to our recollection. I like how the little hand symbol there is like a little, like a rock hand, sort of. Like, hell yeah. It's fun. If I were clever, I'd come up with a good joke, but I can't really think of any. Can open this up, and there's a save station inside. And let's check out what's through this shiny new ice store. Don't think there's any skins in here. Talon Overworld. Ooh. Talon Overworld gets a new banger. Take out these annoying bitches so we can vibe to the song. God, it's so good. I'll keep going while we listen to this certified banger. Controls are on the other side, and sure enough, you can see a little spinner. This part. So here's a little thing. There are invisible platforms throughout the game, and you're supposed to get a little item to be able to tell that those are there. Can't see them with the thermal visor, but if you know where to look, for example, you can see the little raindrops hitting the platform in the air. You can jump and land on it without needing the item. Make the snow. I missed it. Okay, let's try that again. Jump. Jump. And look at that, we can get a little missile expansion really early. It's always fun doing those. Alright. Let's finally check out what's at the top of this. Large traces of Bendesium. There it is again. And unfortunately, there's nothing else in here for us to do, so just gotta remember this little area of the map and come back a lot later. when we have something that can break apart Bendusium. Have I scanned these guys? Yeah, I have. The music in this game is so unbelievably good. And Prime 2's is just like just as good, I feel like. I don't feel like Prime 3's is as good. I can't there's like really no songs in Prime 3 that I'm just like, ooh, like that's a banger. I gotta listen to that one. Outside of maybe like the final boss theme. Final boss theme is a pretty good banger. Oh, there's another boss theme that I can't say yet, but it's another banger. But I don't know. I'm thinking about area themes in Prime 3, and I can't really. None of them really come to mind as like, bangers in the same way Talon Overworld or Magmore Caverns or Phendrana Drifts or a few of the songs from Prime 2 are. Anyways, there's the little elevator just a short ways away from the other one, and this one takes us to a whole different area of Phendrana, or not Phendrana, Talon Overworld. Huh? Another little missile expansion. And here we are back at the crashed frigate Orpheon. Take out these flying pirates. So now we can finally check out what's behind this little ice door. Alright. Door has no power. Nearby power conduit must be energized for it to open. Okay. And looky there. Lucky us. Happened to be right there. Oh.
Recorded to logbook.
Crabs. Bop, bop, bop. They look a lot like the crab that's on the icon for... Oh, I forget what it is. One of the beams in the 2D games. Talon crab, crustacean native of Talon 4. Who'd have thunk? Can be a problem when traveling in swarms. So no big deal, basically the same as any other swarming enemy like this. Like the scarabs or the parasites. Fish. I feel like those fish models weren't upgraded very much. I guess they didn't expect you to get this close, but they definitely still look like they're GameCube models. Ooh, that's a new guy.
Recording to logbook.
I love the song here too. It's another good one. I love putting this on like a sleep time playlist and just relaxing. I love just like the little bit of like sci-fi stuff, like the low scan for the Joe's app there. Like it makes me wonder like how does that work? Like coming from a perspective of having a biology degree and taking quite a few classes on physiology, I'm just like I wonder how it gets nutrients to its brain if the brain is on the other half, like just such weird but interesting creature design.
Recording to logbook.
Wave beam is nice for guys like that because of its homing properties and its large radius of fire. As you guys have undoubtedly noticed by this point, water in Metroid games makes you move very slowly. But thankfully, there'll be a solution to that later. So this room, there's a few more of these hidden conduits that we can power up and open up a door that's just up ahead. I also like how if you're perceptive, you can notice that this is in fact the same room that we fought the Parasite Queen in at the very, very beginning of the game. Here's the door that we came out of and subsequently had to escape through. Door has no power. 2 power conduits that we gotta find. Okay. Well, there's one. And look, there's the other. That's not too bad. Does this door want to open? There it goes. Nice. And unfortunately, no matter how hard we try, there's no way to get up there right now. Yeah, the game kind of spells it out for you sometimes. So, fortunately, we just gotta turn back for now. Thankfully on like repeat playthroughs, if you know about that coming, you can just go get the item before coming here, but I figured we were here, might as well show it off so that we can kind of put it in our mind so we know where to proceed. Kind of that classic Metroid gameplay loop. Can speed myself up by doing a little bit of the lock-on dashes, locking onto those Aqua Reapers, I think they were called. And we just slowly work our way back up here. One of my favorite things about this game is honestly just like how atmospheric they can be. Just like taking a minute and just absorbing the just area around you. Taking in the music, the sights. Like when it wants to, this game can be like really beautiful. Or it can be really scary. Like at the very beginning of the game. Very tense, I guess, would be a more apt word. Back to the banger. I like Ice Beam just because if you can get a nice shot in, you can just freeze an enemy outright and then they just die to a single missile like that. Problem is it has like the slowest rate of fire out of any of Samus's beams, so if an enemy is too fast, it's not as helpful. And obviously if like the enemy is like ice-based or whatever, like it's not helpful for that either. always satisfying getting to use the environment to take out that guy really quickly. Let's go this way. Headed back to Fendrano. Well, actually, the place I want to specifically go, though, there's a way to Fendrano that's this way, and it would take me closer to where I want to go. Because if you remember from last episode, after we beat Thardis, and we took the elevator down, there was a little spider ball track, and at the top was a little ice beam door. And we can open that now, and we can see where that takes us. Didn't mean to use a missile there. There's quite a bit of bullet magnetism with this game, I noticed, especially the remastered version, which I personally don't mind that much because the focus of these games was never about the combat. So it just kind of helps with hitting your target and getting a move on. But I can understand that being like a bit annoying for some people who maybe they really want to like make sure that they've earned their shots or something. I don't know. I'm not really into shooter games, so. Alright, let's try the Wave Buster that we got. I haven't gotten a chance to use that. It's quite a bit of fun. It's a lot like the proton packs from Ghostbusters. People make jokes about. And unlike super missiles, which take like a fixed amount of missiles to use, this one drains your missiles the longer you use it. So again, advantages to both. Wave Buster is very nice just because like you can guarantee it'll land, and it can be annoying for enemies that are difficult to hit or even can't lock onto normally. Ooh. Let's go back here, because I haven't checked this yet. And get the safe station. Heal back up. We're back at that room that I was referring back to. This icebox a tunnel. Blast of heat should be able to clear it out of the way. Contrary to what you might think, things like our missiles or the presumed heat that would come from your wave beam electricity don't count for that. It has to be like really extreme heats. Let's go. Oh, I was gonna say let's go through that door, but then I missed the jump. So let's work our way a little bit back up so we can go check out this door. A new guy.
Recruited to logbook.
Glider. Docile airborne creatures with unusual magnetic properties. Magnetic signature attuned to common grapple beam technology. So whenever we get our grapple beam back, we can grapple onto those guys and shoot. I forgot to scan that guy. I'm gonna go back a couple rooms and respawn him. Cause, oops. Maybe. Also, I did scan these guys, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. Where is it? I heard it. There you are.
Recruited to logbook.
Hunter Metroid. Adolescent Metroid. Energy siphon tentacles increase its threat level. As Metroids develop, they become more efficient predators. Energy draining tentacles allow them to attack at a distance. Quick to anger, a Hunter Metroid will charge its troublesome prey and attempt to ram them into submission. Cold-based attacks are still quite effective against these creatures. As you saw me demonstrate before, where I just froze it with one shot and then shattered it with a missile. Very helpful against Metroids, and in the 2D games, it's the only way to take out Metroids. But yeah. Let's see if we can scan. Yeah. So there we got a stalactite that we can knock loose from the ceiling. There seems to be one over here. Let's see if we can hit that one. Nice. Just making sure. Oh, I see one way up there, but I think we need to get over to that cliff over there to be able to get that, and we unfortunately can't get there right now. So, yep. That's gonna be involved to get that missile later, I know. So, we'll just have to come back a little bit later. Whenever we get that grapple beam, actually. All Metroids destined for phase-on ranges in the mines must pass inspection. Temperature-affiliated behavior index for Metroids is available at research terminals. Access code LIF-22. Nothing interesting in here. Sometimes those little optional scans that don't count towards the logbook can say things interesting, like the ones about the Project Titan, which foreshadowed our boss fight with Thardus. But nothing of the sort for that room. Just talking about the Metroids that we just saw. Just remembered I could have been boosting. Take him out. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Wave Buster can eat through quite a lot of missiles, as you probably just saw, so it's better to use it a little bit more sparingly, but I wanted to kind of show it off a little bit. It's pretty good for a couple boss fights, I know. Alright, no other doors, so let's just go this way. Alright. Just want to make sure there's no other things that we can get up here for the time being. So let's just keep going forward. Can't get up there yet. So let's just keep going here. Another thing that's difficult about being underwater, especially in the Prime games, is just it's hard to see. 2D games only limit your movement, but Prime games also limit your visibility in addition to the movement, so hopefully we can get something soon, because we've been dealing with quite a lot of water. Oh hey, look at this. New item. Come on. Seems finicky when you try and jump towards a wall underwater without, well, without the thing that we're just getting right now. And we can see and move all freely. Oh, it's so... God, that's like the kind of thing I love about Metroid. It's just like, when you have like an obstacle and it's like annoying and nagging in the back of your mind. Like, oh, I want to get there, but like, I have no way of getting there. Like, I went all this way, and it's just like, ooh, dead end. Can't get up because the water is annoying, can't walk through it. And then you get the gravity suit, and it's just like, boom. No longer an issue. You can just run through the water just like you do on land. Oh, it's so nice. Oh? Okay, yeah, I've seen these guys. These guys are particularly nice for the Wave Buster, because they can be moving around a lot. It's generally pretty annoying. But the Wave Buster makes short work of them. And they're weak to electricity too, so. Open your mouth. There you go. Thank you. I really gotta try and save my missiles, so I should stop using the Wave Buster despite how fun it is. Just kind of focus on standard beams for a little bit. Even if it is fun to freeze and then shatter them with a missile, I won't. Oh, and because I went in here and then like kind of stopped and went back and didn't explain, it just goes back to where we got the thermal visor in the low pirate research facility. It's just a little shortcut, so nothing new through there. That's also why there's like so many space pirates that we've been dealing with in this low chunk of the map. Now that we have the gravity suit, let's go back down to the wrecked ship. Samus has a nice cool blue visor now instead of the green from the Varia suit. Looks super nice. The purple and blue just really are a good combo when it comes to Samus Varia suits. Well, gravity suits. You know what I meant. Fell in the lava there on accident. Oops. You know what? I think I want to take the long way through Magmore. There's something I know I can get right now, but it's a little bit out of the way, so that's okay. We'll just take a little bit of a longer track. We'll get to the same place in the end. Sorry about that, I was just taking a little break. Oops. Hopefully we can just boost through that and not have to worry too much about staying in the lava. Let's freeze these so we don't have to deal with those again. I can't remember. I think I got the... Yeah, I got the thing in this room. I remember, because I had to come this way. Before, so there's no reason why I wouldn't have gotten it. Freeze those so they can't throw me into the lava again. Okay. Last stream I kind of referenced doing this, but there's some more invisible platforms that I know about, and you're supposed to wait till you get a specific item to be able to even see these. But I'd rather not trek all the way through Magmore again, just to get this item. So I'm just gonna get it right now. And then super missile. Another missile expansion for us. We're coming along pretty well. About halfway through all the missile expansions now. Because I believe there's 250, or maybe it's 255 missile expansions in this game. Well, not expansions, because they're 5 each, so it's more like oh, what would it be? Can't do quick maths. Let's just let's just cheat a little bit. Okay, so there's 50, giving you a grand total of 250 missiles. I could have done that in my head. I don't know why I thought I couldn't. It just was like, I guess it's just like a lot of things going on at once. I couldn't stop and think. Anyways, here's the thing I wanted to grab. Oh, the door's that way. And a jump. And a jump. And another jump. Then one more jump and we're up here. Alright. Just making sure there's nothing else I could grab along the way. I think we're doing pretty well on item pickups right now. Oh, wait. I'm gonna go grab that. I didn't grab it when we first got the Wave Buster because I was like, well, we need Gravity Suit for that, which obviously I didn't want to spoil at the time. But I also wanted to go grab Wave Buster. And I didn't know when I would next be coming through, but as soon as I got that artifact from Magmore, and thus came through the Chozo Ruins, I guess I might as well go grab it right now. That way I don't have to worry about this later. Here's what I thought was going to be in here, because I usually just come here and grab it all after I get Gravity Suit, but thankfully you can just ignore the Chozo ghosts in most rooms. Because after a few encounters they can get a little bit annoying, in spite of how cool they are as, like, you know, enemies conceptually. And would you look at that? Another one of the Chozo artifacts. The 5th of 12. Coming along pretty good with those. Only got, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to go. Six, 7. What? I didn't say anything. God. My partner and I have just been like ironically hitting the 6, 7 just because she's a teacher and all the kids love saying it. And then when we say it as adults, they're just like, oh, it's so cringe when you say it. It's just... I don't know, maybe they're realizing how kind of cringe it is when they say it too. A little bit of self-awareness. It has slightly died down lately, yeah. And that's not to say that our generation hasn't had our fair share of cringe, dumb, kind of pointless memes, but God, when you're like an adult, like that genre of like meme just like stops being like funny unless you're being ironic. And even then, I feel like being ironic about things can only go so far in terms of like how funny it is. There's a cute little shortcut over here. It doesn't really do much, but I wanted to take that route just for a change of pace. Oh hey, I didn't even notice I was full up on missiles finally. Now that I got gravity suit, I can get this missile, which has been annoying me in the back of my head for a little bit. Basically since we've gotten to this room. On my first few playthroughs, I didn't catch that these were new enemies, but they are. They are aqua pirates, as opposed to flying pirates, which I guess makes sense, because they are underwater. But, yeah, they kind of just look the same. And it can be easy to forget that they are, in fact, underwater after you get the gravity suit. So, easy to miss these guys. Bitch. Got him. All right. Finally, we're back here. And just to save myself the trouble, I know ahead of time that we gotta shoot these little conduits. So, turn on that thermal visor, hit these conduits as we go up so that we don't have to jump back down. Oh. Well. Guess I'm jumping back up a little bit. I'll just ignore that dead pirate. He's just having a good time. Just hanging, floating in the water, face down. Don't worry about it. Another little conduit. Are there any scans in here? Don't see any. I guess we did get the scans when we were on the ship. Oh, here's another easy to miss one. Aqua drone. cordite. That means super missiles. Oh, there it is. And that opens up this door. Pretty sure these are, yeah, those are the same as the other room. They just looked a bit smaller, so I just wanted to double check. More of the aqua pirates. Deal with them nice and easy. And I do believe this is yet another thermal visor room where we need to activate these conduits. And, yep. Whoa. I don't know, guys. You think he's fine? He's just lost in the sauce. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. This is another very easy to miss one. Just a lot of, like, aquatic versions of, like, things that you've already scanned and probably forgotten about. So I always gotta remember to be on my toes when exploring through here. Make sure I keep an eye out for scans. Alright. Got a little bomb jump puzzle here. Get a whole energy tank for your reward, which is quite nice. And would you look at that, we're back in this same room that we were at before. We still don't have anything that can break Bendesium though. So also I just fell down, so I'll still go back up to get to what I wanted to, so that I can open up this door, this little gate. Save the trouble of having to backtrack through the crashed ship again. Intense radiation detected, and I hear that Geiger counter, and oh, would you look at that? That's a lot of phazon. No scans for it though. Yeah, let's try not to go swimming in that. Down to the Phazon Mines. Alright. This is the part of the game where things actually get pretty tough. But I'm also a seasoned player, so... Oh wait. These are new turrets. They're stronger. Almost forgot to scan them. I mean, it's not a big deal if I miss the scans. I'm just like... I got that OCD. And I like to hit the 100%, so... I like to try and hit all the scans, and it feels wrong if I just ignore the scans. Get a nice save point so that we don't have to trek too horribly far if we die. Ow. Ah. Thankfully, those are just the same old pirates that we fought in the pirate research. So we don't have to worry about scanning these guys. Firepower, conduit. Okay, cool. It's right here, I believe, yeah. Swing that crane on over. And would you look at that, another missile! And if you were paying attention, you might have spotted some spider ball tracks. Which we can take to get on up over there. And that's another 5 missiles. Bringing us one expansion closer to that 100%. I will be trying to go for the 100% because there is a secret ending that you get if you can get that 100%. And I know we only just hit like 50%, but the second half of the power-ups go by a lot faster than the first half. I feel like that's only natural. Oh, nice. I was gonna scan this to deactivate them because I remembered that that even existed, but that missile took out both of them. So, no need. Oh, got another one of these shadow pirates. Scanned these guys already when they were in the pirate base. Hello. Oh, those guys can't be frozen, huh? Well then let's get the Let's switch to a different beam that would be more effective against them, huh? Got a red door and a gate in front of it. Can't do anything about that for right now. Alright. New types of pirates.
Recording to logbook.
Wave Trooper, space pirate armed with wave beam technology. Space pirates have reverse engineered several of your weapons, including the wave beam. A flaw in the design makes these pirates vulnerable to their own weapon system. These weapons are inferior to your Chozo designed originals, but still quite potent. So yeah, this is another thing that I wanted the Wave Buster for. Dealing with these guys. Because they can have quite a bit of health, and anything that helps take them down a little bit faster is going to help in the long run for this area. Bendezium. Another Shadow Pirate. Oh, just some normal pirates for this room. That's nice. A nice relief. Alright. Shoulder-mounted plasma artillery cannon, repulsion shield, wave quake projector, energy siphon system, and retractable wrist bayonets. Gotta look forward to that in the future. Oh, activated the platforms.
Recording to logbook.
Initial Project Helix experiments with space pirates embryos were disastrous. The phase-on infusion process degenerated brain tissue even as it augmented muscle mass. None of what we have termed elite pirates lived to maturity. The few that survived their infanthood suffered severe psychotic breakdowns as juveniles, killing anything within their zone of perception. Research Team Sclera made a recent breakthrough in which parasite studies with phase-on strain codenamed Vertigo were highly successful. Since then, we have successfully fused Vertigo phase-on with space pirate DNA with great success. The latest batch of elite pirates have reached maturity successfully and are ready for field testing and training. God, if there's anything that the Prime games do well, I feel like it's making the space pirates seem like truly like evil like bitches. Here's one of those elite pirates in this stasis here. You can see him with all the phase-on around him. Truly, the space pirates have no ethics board, I feel like. They just do anything they want. No. No qualms about the repercussions. kind of crazy to me that, like, there are, like, real scientists in real life who get, like, annoyed by, like, the concept of having, like, ethics boards that, like, have to restrict, you know, what research they can do and which research they can't do. Because it's like, do y'all not know why we have these ethics boards, like, in the first place? Anyways, security alert, all stations. Bioform Samus Aran has made planetfall on Talon 4. The hunter is among us. Among us, you say? Sorry for that data joke. All units are hereby ordered to attack Aran on site. Terminal forces authorized. Report all sightings of Aran to Security Command at once. So, yep. They definitely know we're here, and it's not just the one research facility anymore. That makes complete sense. Oh, shit. I think it's cool how the space pirates refer to Samus as the Hunter. Like, truly, she just, like, be out here aura farming. Oh, hello. Oh, that's not what I meant to... Okay. Failure to comply with this order is an act of treason. Treason is punishable by termination.
Recording to logbook.
Morphology. Power Trooper. Space pirate armed with power beam technology. Space pirates have reverse engineered several of your weapons, including the power beam. Flaw in the design makes these pirates vulnerable to their own weapon system, just like the wave pirates. Weapons are inferior to your chosen designed originals, but still quite good. Yep. Because the power beam is a lot weaker than the wave beam or ice beam. Best way to deal with these guys? Super missile. Kind of funny that they gave like different percentages for all these different walls. Like, they really didn't need to, but the extra effort, like, honestly goes a long way. Anyways, we have this big old cannon up here, and if I spin it all the way around to the 9 o'clock position, and then I scan this, fire it, and break open this wall, and get yet another missile expansion. That's a lot of electricity. Now, I could take the spider ball track and just wait, but that's not fun. Let's just jump down and deal with the consequences of our actions. Some more power troopers. A couple super missiles to the face for them. I don't think there's a third one here. Okay. So here's a fun little puzzle that we got here. We got all these different spider ball tracks and a big tower in the middle. And what's this? Oh, it looks like you can go in here and spin the bits of the tower around in order to reposition the spider ball tracks to get to different areas of the room. Took me a while to figure out the hologram on the side here correlates to the center of the room, rather embarrassingly, but hey, I figured it out eventually. line up the red with the red. Gonna need to go all the way around though. Then take the red track. Oh, that's a wave trooper. Having the wave buster is so nice for those guys. Rotation control unit blocked by partial collapse of Bendesium Wall. Yeah, there's even a scan that tells you to point it out, and I guess my dumbass just didn't think to scan it. Okay, yeah, those are just the same enemies, so. Thankfully, we can kill these guys with our wave beam. Also, there's no fall damage. I don't believe I mentioned that yet. But it's a nice little convenience. I was actually replaying Metroid Prime Hunters on my DS recently, just because Prime 4 is teasing that the character Sylux, who is one of the characters from that game, is going to be making a return. And I was just like it was so jarring because I made a jump and realized, oh, there's fall damage in this one. It's the only Metroid Prime game to have fall damage. But yeah, I won't be playing through Prime Hunters for this because, sorry, I just got distracted by remembering the space pirate that you can kill if you blow that up before he jumps out from the little hole up here. But it's like an optional game. It doesn't really contribute to the storyline of Prime 1, 2, or 3, and it seems like its relevance to Prime 4 is going to be very minimal. I mean, Sylux is in Hunters, but they don't give you any information about him. He's literally just like, ooh, I'm mysterious and hate Samus and the Federation. But yeah. Anyways, Elite Pirate. Phazon Enhanced Space Pirate. Incredibly strong, armored, and well armed. Elite Pirates are potent foes. Their energy siphon system absorbs beam weapon shots. Nature of this system makes them vulnerable to concussive-based weapons. While armed, the Elite Pirate is effective in close combat and at a distance. Their massive size can be a weakness. Their sluggish speed allows for evasion and quick attacks. So yeah, as alluded to, missiles are going to be one of your best shots, especially super missiles. They're going to do a ton of damage. But even with a couple super missiles in, these guys are still pretty tough. Takes about 3 whole super missiles to deal with them. Equivalent of 15 missiles. Phazon nutrient fat, Elite Pirate ration processing in progress. So yeah, they're just feeding those guys like just straight Phazon. Security level Tau will be in effect until further notice. All leaves cancelled pending downgrade of alert status. Consumption of elite nutrient mix by non-elite units is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in a 50% ration reduction for a decacycle. Again, with the space pirates being completely fucking brutal. Oh my god. Half the food for a decade. That's why I assume a decacycle means, because it sounds like a cycle is 10 is a year. Bioform Samus Aran continues to assault our holdings on Talon 4. Security has been compromised in multiple areas. Casualty rates are rising. Command has authorized a sizable bounty for the capture or termination of Aran. Report to your field officers for details.
Recorded to logbook.
New pirate data has been downloaded to your logbook. Science team is attempting to reverse engineer Samus Aran's arsenal. Oh, this is my favorite skin in the game. Based on data acquired from her assaults on our forces, progress is slow, but steady. Command would dearly enjoy turning Aran's weapons against her. We believe we can implement beam weapon prototypes in 3 cycles. Aran's power suit technology remains a mystery, especially the curious morph ball function. All attempts at duplicating it have ended in disaster. 4 test subjects were horribly broken and twisted when they engaged in our morph ball prototypes. Science team wisely decided to move on afterward. Oh my god. It's so good. A shipment of military grade plasma artillery cannons is en route to Talon Form. So we acquired them from, we're letting them sit in a warehouse. Our elite pirates, on the other hand, will put them to good use very soon. So that's them doing some pirating. That's where they get the name from. They steal a lot of their tech from the Galactic Federation. Investigations into a possible ingress point. Ingress? Is that how that word is said? Never heard it out loud, actually. Anyways, a possible point for the impact crater continued to meet with failure. The shield of strange energy that protects it is impermeable, and all attempts to tunnel past it have proven fruitless. Our continued futility in this matter is made all the more significant in light of the recent lifeform readings we've discovered emanating from deep within the crater. Analysis of the readings indicates that a massive creature is gestating there, absorbing enormous amounts of phazon from the phazon core at the heart of the impact crater. This discovery makes accessing the crater doubly important. Not only will it open the door to vast deposits of phazon within, but it will lead us to this creature, whatever it may be.
Recorded to logbook.
A new pirate data has been downloaded to your logbook. Space pirate encrypted data decoded. Security Command issued an all-points alert after the fall of Zebes. The alert concerns bioform Samus Aran, also known as the Hunter. Subject is heavily armed and extremely dangerous. Subject uses a powered armor suit of unknown design in battle, along with a number of potent beam and concussive weapons. All combat units are instructed to terminate Aran on site, preferably in a fashion that will allow salvage of her powered armor suit and weapons. A considerable bounty will go to the unit who delivers Aran to command. Dead or alive, it matters not. Anyways, let's deal with the pirates that we got in this room. New ones, we got some ice troopers. Armed with ice beam technology. And it's just the same scan as the other 2 troopers, minus, well, with the exception of it saying ice beam rather than wave beam or power beam. In the original GameCube version, those guys used to be so much easier because you could just freeze them and then shoot a missile and kill them, but they made it so that doesn't work anymore in this version. They're a little bit harder to deal with. Luckily, Ice Beam freezing them still makes them pretty easy. They're not very threatening. platform, Samus Aran has cracked our systems. The Hunter can access our systems at will and is able to bypass most of our security programs. Use manual locking systems when possible. I think it's kind of fun, just like how much they illustrate how much the pirates struggle against Samus. Reports on Hunter activity are in. Analysis indicate that the Hunter is using morph ball technology to infiltrate our facilities. Recalibrate sensors to search for morph ball energy signatures. I like how that kind of comes full circle with a scan from the research station where it's just like all about the bugs that are getting into like their stations, probably through holes and stuff. And now they got a little bit of a bigger problem coming through those same holes with Samus Aran. She coming through like a bug. Steel covers will be replaced with cordite and potassium covers in 2 decacycles. Planetary stealth technology is back online. We have evaded detection by the battle cruiser Emma. Brief maps of planetary. Alright. Analysis continues on these cursed ruins and the Chozo temple that hovers near them. We are now completely certain that the containment field denying us access to the impact crater is linked to the strange artifacts that belong in the temple, but we are no closer to finding them or deciphering the riddles that seem to cover every wall of this ruined place. Command grows increasingly anxious for a resolution to this matter. God forbid, I don't think the space pirates would want a revolution. At least not within their ranks. So we must redouble our efforts. X-ray squadrons will begin terrain sweeps within days. Until they begin, patrols are instructed to report any and all architectural anomalies to their commanders. Gonna get a sip of water real quick. Increase face-on portion of elite pirates ration by 18%. Any signs of ration rejection by elites at once?
Recording to logbook.
Correct. There have been numerous incidents involving spectral entities at Chozo ruin sites. Several personnel have been assaulted by these Chozo ghosts. Few have survived. Survivors speak of swift attacks from nowhere, brief sightings of the enemy, then nothing, only to be followed by another attack. Science team believes these attacks are in response to our efforts to recover Chozo relics and artifacts. Somehow, these entities are able to interact with the physical world, and it appears they wish to keep their artifacts to themselves. We will make them pay for such arrogance, for even ghosts can be destroyed. This is another funny one, honestly, just like the total lack of self-awareness. Like, how dare these guys try and protect their sacred lands? They're so arrogant. We will, but no matter, we can destroy them. We can kill ghosts. God, the depiction of the space pirates in this game is so good.
Recording to logbook.
Results are in from field studies on the bioform group Chozo, who we believe are extinct. We believe that Talon 4 was once a stronghold in the Great Chozo Empire, brought low by the meteor strike. Planetary devastation brought an end to the Chozo, yet remnants of their society remain. We are studying these relics in an attempt to harness their power. What is of no use to us, we destroy. In time, we shall have all we need from this dead race, and shall wipe this planet clean of their ugly ruins. The dead should serve the living, not hinder them. Again with fascist, imperialist, colonialist themes of the space pirates in this game.
Recording to logbook.
Although we are still no closer to finding the artifacts of the Chozo, we have at least produced a viable hypothesis for their function. It appears that each of the artifacts corresponds to one of the statues on the temple platform, and that each one acts as a small key to a huge lock. Judging by the number of statues, we assume there must be 12 artifacts. Once we find the resting spots of all 12, we can bring them here, unite them with our statues, and open the gate system at long last. Once we do, the impact crater and whatever creature it shelters will be ours for the taking. Sun-infused fungal harvesting continues. Replacement of Deca triticale with Phazon-infused fungal matter is in the elite ration mix has been authorized. Oh yeah, that's right. They aren't just eating pure Phazon, they're eating Phazon mushrooms. Forgot about that detail. Security requests deployment of elite pirates in Metroid quarantine bay areas. The high casualties suffered by standard pirate units deployed in Metroid areas is not acceptable. Reconfiguration of security drones authorized. Deploy new drones to mission critical areas immediately. We have come to another dead end. It is clear now that we will never discover the locations of the Chozo's artifacts until we can decipher the message it is carved into the statues in this abominable temple. Our language databases are woefully inadequate, and our linguistic analysis can come up with little more than vague theories. The best hypothesis that we can offer is that finding artifacts will require items spiritually linked to the Chozo civilization. However, without these items, we are lost, and Command grows more impatient by the day. Results must be produced soon. Meanwhile, Samus is just like, I have a Chozo suit, and I grew up with all the Chozo, so I can speak and read Chozo. I don't even need to translate it. Metroids from the initial batch have matured to hunter phase. Be advised that the hunter Metroid has siphon tentacles. He can attack with them from a distance as opposed to the close combat tactic used by younger Metroids. Increased aggression levels observed in latest elite pirate units, increasing Phazon feed by 0.07% per science team mandate. Metroid activity accelerating in non-frigid areas. Gotta start being a little more careful. I'm getting pretty low on health. Damn it. Oh shit, did I hit both of them with that same... Oh. I think he only got, like, splash damage. Alright. Can scan that and that lets us get back up if I wanted to, but I don't really need to. Unauthorized Talon Metroid feeding is strictly prohibited. Don't feed the Metroids. Sounds like there was a little bit of an experience there. Our enemies will tremble before the might of our elite forces. Death to the hunter, death to all who oppose us.
Recording to logbook.
Elite pirate Upsilon's propensity for Phazon has enabled our research team to infuse it far beyond our safety restrictions, and the results have been extremely encouraging. All these bitches. Its constant phazon diet has increased its mass exponentially, but it has retained all mental faculties and shows dexterity with all elite weaponry, including plasma incendiary launchers and the chameleon manta issued for cloaking purposes. Elite Pirate Epsilon exhibits miraculous healing abilities. When injured, it seeks out phazon deposits and coats itself in the substance, which instantly mends the creature's wounds. The subject, which we are codenaming Omega Pirate, based on these developments, shows potential to be a new standard for our armies. Our only concern at this point is its potential overdependence on phazon. Test results from battle simulation. Samus Aran are promising. Elite units report a 74% success ratio against Aran in testing. High Command is pleased, but expects a higher ratio by project's end. Well, in practice, it seems like they got a 0% success ratio, so... Increase bamboo patrols in authorized areas. Scramble all aerial units immediately. Flight pattern Sigma 4 is in effect. What the Sigma? I'm sorry I keep making very lame jokes. It will happen again. Phazon processing and security systems are taxing the dynamo beyond safety tolerances. Though the conversion to geothermal power is easing the drain on our systems, it is not enough. Further power use at current levels could lead to system failure. Dynamo maintenance team is not responding to service call. Rerouting request to Central Command. So this is like the only enemy in the game that you can't scan or even lock onto. And this is kind of like what I was referencing before when I said Wave Buster is extremely nice for enemies you can't lock onto. By which I mean enemy, singular, this asshole. Keeping of pets has been suspended until further notice. Domestic beasts have been deemed highly susceptible to phazon madness and are thereby a hazard to personnel. All grunk cats and OBAPs must be disposed of immediately. Failure to comply will result in the loss of pay for a cycle and reduced rations. An entire shift of Dynamo workers have been transferred following bouts of phazon madness. Units have reported to science team for use in laboratory studies and the new elite pirate program. Their dementia will make them adequate training adversaries for the elite team. Jesus Christ. God damn. Oops. Fun fact, this little puzzle is randomized every playthrough. And there have been times when, there's just been, like, an immediate path right to the power bomb when I go in there, which has been funny. But it's only happened to me, like, once or twice out of, like, a dozen or so playthroughs of this game, so... Anyways, we got some power bombs. And the nice thing about power bombs is they can break Bendezium, which we've been seeing a lot of throughout the game. And also, there's a nice little save station here, which will refill all my health, which is also nice, because I was getting pretty down to the wire. But we're safe. And while I'm here, power bomb ammo is the last of those little pickups that I've been referencing that I needed to scan, and I mentioned I wouldn't be getting to until much, much later. With that being right now. So anyways, let's use a power bomb and blow up that pile of Bendesium rubble. Got a whole bunch of turrets here. We can do this, sneak past them, and then scan this and turn all those turrets off. Which is very nice, because trying to deal with all those can be a pain in the ass if you don't do it that way. Oh, they got Metroids. Force field disengaged. Metroid containment area will be breached. This is like my favorite thing to do in the game. Watching like the space pirates get immediately swamped by Metroids. Come on, get him. Oh, it's always so fun and satisfying. Alright, let's go up and get those scans that I missed. Security now accepting volunteers for hunting parties. Target is Bioform Samus Aran, also known as the Hunter. Infusion of Phazon into local fungi is processing. This program has produced cheap, viable ration for many of our Phazon enhanced units on Talon 4. A mass production program has been authorized. Studies indicate decreased aggression between elite pirates and irradiated Metroids. Science team believes the infusion of Phazon in these units may be forming a type of symbiosis between them. Further studies are underway. Fungal invigoration fluid processing levels normal. That's a lot of Phazon. You can see some of the mushrooms that they've been infusing with the Phazon too. And unfortunately, this seems to be a bit of a dead end. Don't have any way of crossing that for right now, so guess we have to just work our way back up. Those are thankfully still deactivated, so we won't have to deal with any turrets for right now. Oh, hello. Easy peasy. I don't feel like I need another save station. Still pretty high up on health. I think I can make it the rest of the way. Ah, shit. It's like another one of these guys broke free. Oh shit. I think I blew up like the turret on his back, and that did like a lot of extra damage there. Hence why he died in only 2 super missiles that time, as opposed to the normal 3. Science team believes it deploys a sophisticated cloaking device beyond our capabilities. Aside from dumb luck, we may never discover its location. We must contain or eliminate her, and failure to comply with command decree is not an option. That's just like so fucking funny because of the way it's literally just like out there. It's just sitting there, and the pirates are like, where is it? They have like a whole crashed frigate like right nearby. They can't find that shit. Another one of my favorite skins. What do these ones say? Nothing too interesting. Get in here and we can ventilate all this, I can only assume acidic gas. Or perhaps corrosive gas. And well, would you look at that? Another energy tank. Another reason why I wasn't too worried about saving and healing up. Okay, yeah, those are most of them. Oh, I can freeze these guys. I guess I must not have been either hitting them or getting the charge beam in. Also, totally forgot that I didn't scan the big missile things yet. So, oops. I don't even need the thermal visor to see these guys. I could technically go through here, but I'll be coming back later, so I'll just take care of it then. Nah, I don't need to pull some missile refills. we can finally blow this one up. Make a path to the top of this room. Conveniently, power bombs insta-kill Metroids in this game. In the 2D games, it takes, like, I think 3 power bombs to kill a Metroid. So it's a lot more efficient and worth it in this game. The Metroids are just generally way weaker in the Prime games, I feel like, which can, again, be attributed probably to them being, like, a different strain that's been, like, mutated by Phazon. Probably made them, like, a little bit weaker. At least that's my headcanon for why the Metroids in Prime 1, 2, and 3 are so much weaker than in the 2D games. Oh. Blow this up with another power bomb. Hey, look at that! We finally got our grapple beam back. It's kind of funny that they tease us with this at the very beginning of the game, and then they withhold on it all the way until the end game. And a nice little shortcut that takes us back to that first room with the crane. Ah! I always try and get, like, across, but the space pirates always shoot me down before I can swing across. Unfortunately. I don't know if I've ever had a playthrough where I've successfully gotten to swing all the way across without the space pirates coming in to ruin it for me. But anyways, we got all that we wanted from there for right now. So now we can leave and go find a few other things that might help us. And maybe do a little bit of cleanup. Find some missile expansions, all that kind of stuff. Because we got both power bombs and we got the grapple beam, so there's a lot of things that we can take care of now. For starters, let's check out this one, because it's right here. If you recall, at the top of this, there's a Bendesium rock that we couldn't get past, but now that we got them power bombs, should be no problem. And what's this? It's a new visor, the X-ray visor. Pretty similar to the thermal visor, but here you can see through things and also see invisible platforms, which is something I've been teasing for a good while. So you can see through and see that these walls are destructible. Blow those up, and now there's a whole room here for us to explore. First things first, I'm gonna blow this up with a bomb. There's a little bit of a spinner in here. And hey, look at that. Another Chozo artifact. Only 6 more to go. Here's the other nice thing about the X-ray visor. Chozo ghosts, when they turn invisible, you can just see them. Super nice, and that means you don't have to like look around, figure out where they zoomed off to. You can just shoot and take care of them. I mean, provided that they're within your range of sight. Oh, hi! Damn it. I also love, like, the little details of how you can see, like, Samus's bones through, like, obviously, like, her armor, but also through the arm cannon, if you look closely, like, especially when I'm charging up. You can see, like, all her fingers and stuff. And you can actually tell when she does that, she does, like, the different hand positions, as shown. Like there, she spread all her fingers out versus she had, like, her fingers together for the power beam. And there she's doing, like, the little, her index finger and her pinky finger out while her ring finger and middle finger are together, are closed. It's just, like, another thing that's just, like, such a cool attention to detail in this game that really make it special, in my opinion. That's not the Batman visor, Grace. That's from Prime 2, remember? Well, the one that you called the Batman visor, at least. For those of you watching the VODs who might be confused, Grace is my partner. She's in chat right now. She's one of my mods. We're just gonna walk past all those guys. This time there's a lot more Chozo ghosts for us to contend with. Damn it. Open this one with our ice beam, and by process of elimination, you probably have figured out by now that the last beam is going to be red. That might be able to help us solve a few things that we've run into. Another energy tank down. Only 3 more energy tanks to go then. Oh, and now that we got Bendesium, there's another room nearby. Or not Bendesium. Now that we have power bombs, we can blow up something that was made of Bendesium that was right nearby. This next room right through here. I do believe, yep. More Chozo ghosts. I do think it's pretty funny how the Chozo ghosts give the space pirates as much shit as they give you, the player, though. Pretty sure that's all of them. Yeah. Ah, shit. I guess I should check, make sure I scan these guys. Good thing I checked. Plated parasite. Cousin to the parasite, these creatures are known for their amazing resilience. I thought they were just normal parasites. Very glad I checked. Oops. There we go. Sometimes the timing for that can be tricky, especially on wider slopes. Ah, damn it. There we go. Nice. Let's see. Next, we can hit this room with all the lava and the grapple beam points. So we're headed to this room, that room. There's something I can get in here. I'll make sure to go check there. Really getting down to the wire for items left in the game for me to check, so starting to have to stop and think about where I can still go, what items I might have missed. It's another thing that's like kind of fun about Metroid games. They're fun for like routing and like especially for speedruns. The 2D games more so than the 3D games, but it's still pretty fun. All right. With the gravity suit, though, I can go through here. Give myself another missile expansion. It doesn't help that the Prime games just generally tend to be a lot longer than the 2D games. Like my typical playtime for Prime 1 is like 6 hours or so, and I'm going a bit slower to read scans and kind of explore areas to kind of show off the natural process of exploring in this game, so I'm not going at optimal speed, so it'll probably be maybe closer to 7 hours for this playthrough. But like the 2D games, like some of them you can just beat in under an hour if you're going fast. Like the difference is like night and day, so while it can still be fun to speedrun the Prime games, it's definitely more fun in my opinion to speedrun the 2D games. The 2D ones also tend to have a lot more sequence breaks, which makes it even more fun. Prime 1, if you're playing the very first release of the GameCube game, it has a few fun sequence breaks, but they were patched out in all subsequent releases, which I don't really understand that. Kind of makes the game less fun, and it's not like, you know, there's sequence breaks that like new players are gonna stumble into. They're pretty precise, so there's really no risk of like players getting lost by sequence breaking, I feel like, in this game.
Recording to logbook.
Anyways, new Chozo lore. The power of our temple and the 12 artifacts has sealed an evil in the depths of this planet. However, the future is cloudy to us. A world of veils where dark apparitions flit in the shadows. Within this strange world, one image stands out in the mist, flickering through the landscape, wraith-like. It is a human, a lone figure shining in the toxic shadows. We Chozo do not know what it is, but our hearts swell with hope at the promise of that glowing light. We place our faith in our shrine. We will be there when the light shines upon our land. I want to check actually how close I am to getting all those. That's all the Chozo lore. Oh my god. Pirate lore, we can't be far behind. Yeah, one. There's one more pirate lore. So we're almost done with the lore stuff. So the rest must just be like enemies, maybe research. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, those are all just like endgame enemies. At least one more research item. Oh, and the Chozo artifacts count for the lore, for the logbook as well. But yeah, we're very nearly done. And thankfully, the 100% ending doesn't count logbook scans, it just counts item pickup scans. So, don't need to worry about that. Still gonna try and get as many of the logbooks as I can, though. It's not a huge deal if we miss like an enemy or two. Just want to make sure. Because there is still one research thing, and I gotta think about what that one would have been. It might be grapple beam point, because every previous time I scanned it, it didn't really count towards logbook. So it might be that you have to wait till after you've obtained grapple beam to get the grapple beam scans. So, remind me to scan grapple beam point next time I see one. Oh, right here.
Recording to logbook.
There we go. That's all the research scans. So now it's just one more pirate scan, and then a few more enemies. And that's every scan. Okay. Just doing any last second checks, make sure there isn't anything else I can grab right now from Chozo Ruins. My next destination will be to head to Macmore. Yeah. I think the only other thing I can think of is that red bomb slot that I need a different beam for over here in the Hall of Elders, so let's just head on over to Magmore then. And I should plan my route to head back through the Hall of Elders once I'm done and I'm ready to head back to Phase Online's. get a few more missiles. Alright. Back down to Magmore. Alright. Let's think about my route here. I can hit here. And then go on over this way and then hit this room. Okay, okay. Got my route. Another nice thing about... Okay, well, I didn't get to show it off like I hoped because of this annoying ass bitch. But another nice thing about... I mean, all Metroid games, but especially this game. It's just the way that as you get more power-ups, as you get stronger, the backtracking gets, like, easier. Because, like, for example... You can just take the grapple beam here. You don't have to do all that platforming through these rooms. Makes it a lot faster. Or like here, you don't have to go down through the pit. You can just jump on over. So yeah. This room, you're intended to have the X-ray visor to get that one missile, but I wasn't sure if I was going to go through this route or not. One down. Full up on missiles, that's nice. Can do a little shortcut here. And now we're full up on health too. Back in this room where we found that one chosen artifact, if we used a power bomb here, get a little secret and another power bomb expansion. Thankfully, there are not very many of the power bomb expansions in the game. I mean, I just used one, so I'm at a max of 6, I think. And there's only 8 total power bombs that you can carry, so. Very, very close to hitting the max capacity on those. Damn, I didn't hit either of those with that. This beam is nice against all the fire enemies down in Magmore. They have a natural weakness to it. Oh, I forgot to grab something. Hang on. I totally blanked. I have to go back this way. I'm sorry. I was even talking about this game too. I kind of spoiled just now what the item we're going to grab is, but just as there's a combo for using missiles with a charged power beam and using missiles with a charged wave beam, there is in fact similar combos for all the other beams, and that includes our little ice beam that we got. And we passed through this room a couple times now, but we haven't had power bombs until now. And as a little tribute to Super Metroid, they have it so you can blow up this tunnel. And right beneath, there's a little hidden, again, optional upgrade. The ice spreader. It's a pretty good one. It acts more like the super missile in that it uses a fixed amount of missiles to use in order to shoot a single attack, which explodes in like a huge radius and freezes anything that gets caught up in it. It's very nice. The only major downside is the fact that it uses like 10 missiles as opposed to a normal super missile, which uses only 5. So you're not getting as much damage for how many missiles it takes compared to a typical super missile. So it's a bit more situational and less helpful than, say, the Wave Buster, for example. If it were possible to have it when I was down in the mines, it would have been useful against, like, that big group of, like, 4 ice troopers, but I guess we'll go back down there again and probably have to face them again, so. I'll find a way to make use of it at some point. But definitely not as like, oh, I want to go grab this as like the Wave Buster was. But still needed for 100%. Alright. Here's what we came to Magmore for. Kind of just breezed past this room. Haven't even acknowledged it really, but given that we have the grapple beam now, we can finally address the elephant in the room. Or I guess the big metal towers in the room. Would you look at that? There's a ton of spider ball tracks. Here, if I can get some. No! Oh! Oh! I managed to save myself. A little bit. Usually if you can get some momentum, you can make that jump without needing to fall on the platform down below. But I kinda waited too long and lost all my momentum when I stopped for the plated parasites that were crawling around. Oh, I made it. Luckily, you can just hold ZL and not have to worry about, like, timing. Like, as long as you're holding it, it'll automatically stick. And that little section is a little deceptive, because you can, in fact, go on, like, any part of the metal there, not just the part with the typical spider ball design. I guess same here, but it's more spider ball pattern than is typical. And then we use a power bomb here. And with that, that's our last major beam. Well, last beam at all. I don't know why I said major. I guess that we don't have the beam combo for it, but we got the plasma beam, which is the strongest of all the beams. Has a decent firing rate too. So an overall very solid pick if you're gonna use any of the beams. Not as fast as the standard power beam and can't spam missiles like it can. Doesn't have any of the homing effects of the wave beam. Hello. Thank you. But it does have the added effect of being able to do that. So, I don't know, I think it's pretty good, guys. And if you think back to our time over in Fendrana, you might recall a few occasions of us running into ice covering some things. We can finally melt those with the plasma beam. I believe this door up here uses ice beam. Yep. So we're gonna do a little backtracking still and get this energy tank. Only one more energy tank to go. Gonna go through here. And I think we can just knock out everything in Phendrana Drifts while we're here, and then we don't have to come back here again. So I think we should do that. Let's start by... Yeah, I think it was the Frost Cave, just based on that indentation. So let's start by going to the Frost Cave and getting that one missile that we couldn't get, as we needed the grapple beam. Just plow through all those scarabs. Okay. Damn assholes. Rather confusingly, you can't just melt the ice with the plasma beam. No. That'd be too easy. No, what we actually have to do is we have to go over here. And then there's a stalactite up here. We shoot that with a missile. Falls down. Thankfully doesn't hit the little buddy up there. And crashes right through the ice. As we all know, ice is weak to ice and not fire. Naturally. Nothing else down there, so we can just keep moving forward. And now that we have grapple beam, we can also go up in this room. Another thing I kind of ignored a little bit. Oh shit. Well. Let's see. By my count, we still need 14 missile expansions. And then 1 energy tank. I think we haven't gotten a Chozo artifact since the, what's it called? Since the room we got the X-ray visor in, so I believe that's still 6 more Chozo artifacts. Chozo artifacts also count towards the 100% completion for like the item count, item pickup count. Oop. Anyways, Chozo artifact. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. We're at 76% item completion. We're getting very close. Joe Rig operators are to report any symptoms of phase-on madness immediately. Orpheon crash site is an orange level security zone. Final transmissions from the Orpheon point to a massive security breach. All personnel must inspect their life support systems before reporting to the mines. The pirates yearn for the mines. And we go through here and we can get yet another item upgrade. Kinda wish I told you, like, how many power bombs you have total, so you don't have to, like, worry about that. And it'd be easier to tell how many more you need. Impact core is estimated to be 800 meters from termination point of Phase Unfeigned Omicron. Phase Unfeigned Omicron has the highest yield per cubic meter of all excavation sites. Remember when we had to deal with the Omicron strain of COVID, when that was like all over the news? I mean, I'm sure it's still out there. And as usual, make sure you wear a mask and all that stuff. Because COVID is still very alive and dangerous, but God, it's just kind of funny looking back now, like, oh yeah, that was like years ago now at this rate. Alright. Next up on our checklist, we go back to the room where we got the gravity suit. We can just take a nice slow shortcut here. Plasma beam is amazing, as always. And we can get that missile up there by using a combination of the plasma beam and the grapple beam. There we go. I think I do only need one more power bomb thinking about it, because I know where one is that I have not gotten. So I think that should be the last one by my count. Pirates. Goodbye. It's so satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Just like enemies that used to take several shots, now just being able to go like boom and boom and then he's dead. Thankfully this little shortcut is here, so I can go through here. Just blow up these turrets. Honestly, the plasma beam might be a little bit overpowered. Like, obviously, like, Ice Beam is still more effective for Metroids, And like wave beam is still situationally useful. Its beam combo is still the most useful besides for the super missiles, but I mean even plasma beam takes care of Metroids really fast though, so ice beam isn't like that much more effective against them. I also like the detail of how when you have plasma beam equipped and thermal visor active, it's just like bright, like as you can be, especially when you charge it up. It's just like you can't even see the details anymore. Versus ice beam where it goes completely cold, and it's pretty hot with wave beam, hotter than it is with power beam. But yeah, it's just like so many like great low attention to detail bits like that in this game. Hopefully it's not hard to see why like I and a lot of other people are just like completely obsessed with it. Weirdly, that box doesn't really break until you use wave beam, and oh, I guess I already hit the ice that was blocking this window. But then you just fire missile. I guess this is one of the puzzles in the game that stumps the most people, because I see online like a lot of people getting stuck here, not really knowing what to do for that tower. It's a really cool puzzle though. And of course you get the Chozo artifact. I guess that one would be the third, huh? So that leaves only 3 more to go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I know where all 3 are. Cool. And the good news is we won't have to wait long before we get one of those 3. Okay, just make sure I'm not turned around. Okay, yes, it is this door. Because I always get turned around in that room. I mean, it's symmetrical, so not hard to tell why. Just always gotta be careful. Oh, I got both of those guys with one shot. Damn. Don't need to fight all the guys in this room. Can just skip them all. Doors aren't locked or anything. Ah! That's inconvenient. Thankfully there's a spider ball track, so you don't have to repeat the puzzle once you get the spider ball. And another place where we can use grapple beam. Taming of Thardus continues. Barring unforeseen setbacks, it can be installed on Phazon Mine Patrol by Lotus Milestone. I think it's kind of cute how you get like some more scans about Thardus long after you've already beat him. Research on Talon Forest expanding into new areas. Pending stabilization of the Thardus venture, we will expand in animation research to exclude other native Talon form materials. You might remember this guy. They're now just normal enemies, and they're a lot more resilient than most enemies, but Thermal Beam takes them out super quickly, relatively speaking. Anyways, just needed to make a quick pit stop to grab that missile expansion. Okay. Here's what I believe is the last power bomb. And there's no other items that are in this room. So we can just keep on going forward. And we have all the Chozo lore, so we don't have to worry about that either. Next destination. Well, actually, before I leave this room, there's a missile that's still in this room that we haven't gotten, but we can now that we have the plasma beam. Don't know why that didn't break with the charge beam, but did with just the normal blast. Oh, I don't believe I got this missile either. Spoilers. Thank you, Mr. Chozo statue. Or Mrs. Chozo statue. I don't know if we've ever seen any female Chozo or girl Chozo. I don't even know if the Chozo really have gender. They're all, well, they're all referred to with he, him pronouns, but biologically for the Chozo, I don't know what their situation is. Non-burdenary. Awesome. He, him, non-binary, birds. So, and only 2 more Chozo artifacts to go. And only about 10 more missiles. 1 more energy tank. No more power bombs. And then I think we're done. The 2 artifacts, but then we're done. Oh no! I forgot I wasn't gonna kill any of those guys for you, Grace. Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. I know, how dare I? I'm a fraud. You can unsubscribe from me. Okay. You can hear there's a missile, and it's right there. And there's not just 1, but there's 2. 2 for the price of 1, you could say. Alright. Are there any other rooms in Fendrana that I need to worry about? As I believe that covers all of them. so we don't ever have to come back to Fendrana Drifts, which, honestly, I'm a little sad about because I love the music here. And the area is also just very pretty. I love all the snow. People who know me in real life might know that it's no big secret, but I love snow. So, bye, Fendrana. Love you. I'm gonna miss you. But it's time to head back down to Magmore. And actually, are we done with Magmore? We might be. I mean, it's still like an area that you gotta pass through to get to areas, and there's like a door here that acts as a shortcut to the bottom of Phazon Mines that I'm not gonna take because there, if you might recall, there were a few items towards the top of the mines that I wanted to grab. So yeah, we're very, very close to the end here. Let's take the Chozo Ruins path. Come on. Hello? There we go. Oh my god. I don't know what was happening there. But let's take that route to Chozo Ruins. Take the elevator on up. Well, actually, there's some items in the Talon Overworld, though, that might actually... I might be able to knock those out if I go take this elevator. So, I'm gonna go Talon Overworld and then hit up Chozo Ruins. And then through the Chozo Ruins path, I'll get back to Phazon Mines. Ouchie. Get frozen, idiot. All right. It's kind of interesting that there's like no bosses for Magmore. And like, I mean, this is kind of like talked about a lot online. It's kind of like dorky, like nerdy, like equivalent to the did you know that Viggo Mortensen broke his toe during that one scene in Lord of the Rings moment? But like, I feel like I gotta mention it. Like, there's the like concept art for like an unused ice boss, and all the files for Thardis, who was fought in Fendrana, are all associated with Magmore. So it's thought that early in development, Thardis was meant to be like a boss for Magmore Caverns, and then there was a totally unique ice boss that wasn't able to be finished for the final game, so they repurposed Thardis for Fendrana instead. Which is interesting. I mean, I like little fun facts like that. Obviously, it doesn't change anything about our reading of like the text per se. But I don't know. Cute details like that never hurt. Got a nice another use for the X-ray visor here. Knock out 2 more missiles just like that. So only, oh, what would it be? 250 missiles total. Each missile expansion gives you 5 missiles. And we're missing 30. So then 30 divided by 5. So only 6 more missile expansions? Plasma beam really does just like remind me of that feeling, especially in the 2D Metroid games, of why these games are so fun and satisfying. It's just the difference between you at the very beginning of the game versus you at the end of the game. Just like the amount of like power and mobility that you have compared to what you used to have. It's just like that difference makes the exploration like so satisfying. I think it was actually up, not down to there. Yep, restore. And then, alright, going up. Got those Chozo ghosts all taken care of, and now, finally, we can see what's behind this one. One more Chozo artifact. Alright, and just two more. I must have miscounted earlier. Must have forgot to count one of them, but now it's two more. And little minor spoilers, but the last two are both in the Phazon mines. Alright. Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm being a little bit quiet. I'm just like thinking about making sure I have the locations down for those last couple missile expansions that I need. As well as any other items that we might need, and making sure that I try and grab those and not miss them. Luckily, I believe all of them should be down here in the Phazon mines. Nothing else in this room, so we can just skip fighting all those pirates and just head in here. First one is right here, though. Use a power bomb. Get that missile. Oh, that's a wave trooper. Here, let's try out the ice spreader. As you can see, it does in fact spread ice. And also, insta-killed that guy. But yeah, it uses 10 whole missiles, so I'm not going to be making a habit of using it like I did with the wave beam one. Even though I honestly probably used way more missiles than 10 on the Wave Buster. That's okay though. Blow this up with a power bomb. Grants us access to that terminal, which shuts down that gate, allowing us to have a go at that red plasma beam door. And what do we find inside but our last beam combo upgrade? The flamethrower. Now, unfortunately, the flamethrower is by far the worst of the beam combos. It has a pitifully short range, and it doesn't even do that much damage. And it eats up missiles like for every second that you use it, like the Wave Buster does. So it's just like, it has no benefits at all. I don't know if I've ever successfully like gotten it to like be useful. Here, we'll try and do it on this guy. And it's not even like better than what I could have gotten just by doing a charged beam like this. I guess that's just to make up for how ludicrously strong the rest of the plasma beam is. Anyways. This guy is unique from all the other elite pirates. He's called a Phazon Elite. It's a little bit confusing because all the elite pirates are created with Phazon, but this guy's like really loves that Phazon. I mean, you can see it all over him, like the way he's like deteriorated and just like has like oozing Phazon around him. Uses most of the same attacks though. Okay, let's try the flamethrower on his ass. And for killing him, we get one of the last Chozo artifacts, leaving only one more to go. And hey, look at that! 92% item collection, 92% logbook entries. That's pretty cool. That's one of the bigger reasons why I didn't want to take the shortcut that I pointed out to the bottom of the Phazon mines, and would rather take the long way. It will be helpful for getting out of the mines, though. I'm gonna go down this the normal way, because I think last time when I just jumped for it, I took like way more health than I really needed to. Like way more damage. So I'll save myself the trouble of doing that to myself again. I think I could just take the yellow route here, not have to mess with it, and then just jump down to the correct platform that I need to be at. Kind of funny that I can just shoot them through there. It's convenient though. Sorry, it was just adjusting. Again, with those guys just like flopping down, limpless. It's like the same brand of humor that get out of Breath of the Wild. Oh, what am I even doing? I should just be doing that. Blow this up now that we have power bombs. And inside we find the map room. Not that we really needed it, but hey, it's nice to check that off the list so that we know that there's nothing else in this room now. Okay. Let's take out these power troopers. Oh, hello. Yeah. Super missiles are just like so much more effective against like anything compared to the flamethrower. I'm literally out here trying to get the most use out of it as I can, and it's just like not worth. What is worth though is the ice spread. Well, assuming I don't hit a fucking pole. Oh my god. Gonna go grab these real quick. Yep, 8 out of 8 power bombs, so can with certainty say that I got all of those upgrades. Gonna hit another save, heal back up, because now we're gonna go into the really deep parts of the Phazon mines here. Oh, they turned the turrets back on. Might as well do this. Try and get some Okay, well, didn't get any missiles back, but worth a try. There's gonna be a lot of Metroids here, I believe, so good to have Ice Beam on. Okay. So to get across this gap, you use the X-ray visor and notice there's some invisible platforms. That one's a little bit harder to communicate, I feel like, without just relying on the game's optional setting to have the game just tell you where to go next, which I prefer not to play the game with. I like to figure out where to go on my own, but can be at least nice for first timers or people who tend to get lost in games like this. I always thought it was like kind of wild how this one little expansion, this one little missile expansion, requires 2 power bombs to get to. Like, goddamn. If I wasn't going for 100%, I don't think 2 power bombs would be worth it for one missile expansion. At least it's not very hard to get. Okay, yeah. Just making doubly sure I already got the scans for those guys. Okay. Phase on mines level 3. I love how you can see the crater from here and the temple that the Chozo built with the seal. Okay. I'm gonna go take a dip in the Phazon and grab this missile real quick. And hopefully get out before I take too much damage. Okay, thank God I only took like 2 energy tanks worth. Well, not even. It's more like 1 and slightly dipping into a second. Got more of these Hunter Metroids, which I thankfully already got scanned. Yep. Just making sure. Okay, no, it's an upcoming room. This room is very similar to another room. Hello? To another room, and there's a missile hidden in that corresponding spot. Couldn't remember if it was this room or the upcoming one though. Oh, god damn it. think it might be better, worth my time if I just am patient with that little guy flying around. Probably would be easier to get that jump from here. There we go. Gotta use power bomb on this, I know. Okay. Getting pretty dark down here. I'm probably gonna have to start pulling out the thermal visor. Oh, I just got completely turned around. Oops. Okay. This is the room with the hidden missile expansion, so I'm gonna... Oh yeah, it's even like telegraphed. God, just the way the, like, these bottom of the mines rooms look with the, where it's can be completely pitch black, except for the glowing blue phase-on. It just looks so cool, and it's also, like, honestly really scary. Like, my first few playthroughs coming down here, it's just like, I was so tense. Like, so low on health. Didn't know how much longer it was gonna keep going for. It just kept getting darker and darker. It's good shit. Alright. New scan.
Recording to logbook.
Same as all the others, except with the plasma beam. It's kind of ironic that, just due to weapon weaknesses, the ones with the that you think would have to be the strongest, like the plasma troopers, are really just like some of the weakest, just because plasma beam is so strong. Meanwhile, the ones that you'd think would be the weakest, the power troopers, are kind of the hardest to deal with, because you kind of need to use a super missile or just fire a ton of shots at them, just because of how much weaker the power beam is. Now there's just one more missile left in the game, and I know exactly where it is. Omega Pirate Absorption System test results are in. Field tests indicate that the system is very effective against beam weaponry. We are alarmed at the field's inability to handle missile attacks, however. Science team is working around the clock to correct this critical design flaw. The Omega Pirate cannot afford such a weakness in battle. Data suggests that Omega Pirate lifespans are critically low. High levels of phazon exposure are causing rapid cell degeneration in all test subjects. No subjects live longer than 2 decacycles in our simulations. Their lifespans must be increased to be cost effective.
Recorded to logbook.
And for our last logbook scan, Space Pirate encrypted data decoded. As we continue to observe the development of Project Helix Elite Pirates, it becomes increasingly obvious that these warriors will usher in a new era of space pirate dominance. They are incredibly resistant to damage, and their ability to transport and wield so many weapons at once makes them ideal mainstays of our ground forces. Though they are not as quick as typical pirates, it makes little difference. With a platoon of elite pirates in the vanguard of an army of normal and flying pirates, we will have a near indestructible backbone that should turn the tide to any engagement. Phazon processing efficiency at maximum, production at 187% and rising. Health alert, Phazon radiation warning is still in effect. Do not enter a Phazon processing area without level 8 radiation gear. Prolonged exposure is 100% fatal. Alright. Hope y'all are ready. Because it's time.
Recorded to logbook.
Omega Pirate, most powerful of the elite forces. Omega Pirate can become invisible to normal sight. It is vulnerable when cloaked, as all energy is drawn from defense systems. By exposing itself to Phazon, it can regenerate damaged tissue and organs. Considered the pinnacle of the elite pirate program, this enemy should be handled with extreme caution and maximum firepower. To beat him, we have to destroy all 4 pieces of his armor at his joints. And once we do that, he'll go invisible and start teleporting around. He'll call in reinforcements, so we gotta try and take them out as quickly as we can. and then he's vulnerable while he's regenerating his armor. So the fastest way to take him out is to charge up a super missile and fire. If you're quick, you can one-cycle him, which I have gotten pretty good at. So I'm gonna ignore those pirates. Come on, just one more. Yes! We did it, gamers! Hell yeah. Oh. Samus got a cool-ass new suit. The Phazon suit acquired. Suit has been infused with pure Phazon. This corruption prevents damage from Phazon radiation. So now we can just walk around in the Phazon and not feel any of the ill effects. To those of you who might have been wondering why or how you're supposed to get that one missile that I just like jumped right into the Phazon for and just like jumped out, you're supposed to get that after you got in the Phazon suit. But I said, I can tank it. And it wasn't that bad. Would have been bad if I chose to stay in there for much longer though, because I can't remember if it's in this game or if it's in a later game, but I believe the damage does get exponentially higher the longer you stay in there, so it can drain your health very, 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 very fast. Oh. New enemies to scan.
Recording to logbook.
Fission Metroids. Metroids with the ability to split into two forms. Fission Metroid is a mutant capable of splitting in two. This split endows the new creature with invulnerability to most weaponry. This effect is unstable, resulting in weakness to a type of weapon fire. The vulnerability appears to be random due to the chaotic nature of Phazon mutation. Those are my least favorite enemies in this whole game. They're so annoying to deal with. And the easiest way is just to power bomb them. Like, you could just do there and color code, like, which weapon, which beam to fire at them, like you're supposed to. But then they'll split into, like, two more, and, like, they just keep growing, and, like, creating more Metroids for you to deal with, and depending on, like, which weapon color they are, like, they can take forever to deal with, so just power bomb them every time. Make it easier on yourself. No use making things harder than they need to be. Hopefully both those elite pirates just dropped right into the Phazon, because that does insta-kill them if they do. I think one of them landed on the platform down below though. Yeah, this one did. So now that I got that missile, sorry, I forgot to acknowledge. That's every missile expansion, every power bomb, and every health upgrade. Only thing left to grab is that last um, last Chozo artifact. And now that we have the Phazon suit, we can go back and grab it. Those of you who were watching very, very closely might have even seen it for a split second. But yeah, you definitely... Actually, it might be faster to go back the way of the Omega Pirate. Because it's like right in like the very bottom of the mines. And then that way I can just come back through, because this big room that it loops back into here is actually a shortcut back to Magmore. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit now that I got that missile and I got that energy tank. It's a little bit darker in here again. Okay. I think I just need to deal with these guys. Ah! And unfortunately, all these previous rooms are now filled with Fission Metroids. Yippee. In the very original release of the game, the Fission Metroids were not in these parts of the Phazon Mines. They were restricted exclusively to the very, very last section before the final boss fight. So, they made it so you have to deal with them even more now, which is, yay, fun. And with that last Chozo artifact, the last of 12, we finally have 100% item collection. All of the remaining logbook scans, I believe, should be from the impact crater. Damn it. I was hoping that power bomb would catch that Fission Metroid. But no. Oh, mother! I hate those things. Also, fun fact, enemies can't come through doors with you, so if a Metroid grapples onto you, and you're by a door, and the door's open, you can just walk through the door, and it'll kill them. Sometimes you need to morph ball, though, because the Metroid is too big. But that's okay. Ah, shit. I didn't think it was that close. I like how there's that little glitch there that just always kills that first fish in Metroid. Cause I don't know why, but like this Phazon kills the fish in Metroids when none of the other Phazon does. It's a weird programming bug. But hey, I'm not gonna complain about it because I hate those things. And the less that I have to deal with any annoying fish in Metroids, the happier I'm gonna be. So, I'll take it. Okay. If I stand back here... Yeah. There's an annoying pirate trooper. Power trooper, I mean. Who can snipe you when you're trying to navigate your way up here. So. And it can be hard to get a good angle on him. So, it's easiest just to step back there and shoot a super missile at him. And this is that one shortcut between Magmore Caverns and the bottom of the Phazon Mines that I alluded to earlier. You can also see the impact crater from this part of Magmore, which is, again, a really cool detail. Helps really bring the world together, I feel like. Seeing like the connective tissue between each of the sections of the map lets you see how it all fits together. Cool stuff. Always love that kind of thing in video games. with this one last trek through Magmore Caverns. We're gonna be getting ready for the finale. One last save at the ship. And I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. So, feel free to sit here, enjoy the music, enjoy the rain sounds. Feel free to use the bathroom, drink any water, do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. I'm back now. Excuse me. Are we ready for the finale? Because it's coming up real fast. Let's get this thing started. Oh shit. Look who it is. New creature entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Morphology, Meta Ridley. Genetically enhanced Ridley metaform. Reborn and evolved through pirate technology, Meta Ridley is a fearsome enforcer. His armored hide is extremely resilient, save for the chest, which has thinner plating. The pirates have fused a number of potent weapons to the creature, including a multi-missile system, kinetic breath weapon, Mason bomb launcher, and an ultra-thermal flame strike projector. Meta Ridley is also a formidable melee combatant, making any sort of engagement a risky proposition. God, all the art to the sides is so cool too. Like, I love the big one of like him on the left as well as on the right, and like the one showing like morphology of like his cybernetic wings that he has. Close up of his brain, kind of showing like Ridley is like super intelligent and shit. Oh, it's so good. Oh, and not to mention this remix of Ridley's theme. It played at the very beginning when we first encountered him. But goddamn, it's so cool. Definitely one of my favorite designs of Ridley too. There he is. Some of the health, some of the missiles. Flying around again. Okay. Wait for him to pop up. There he is. He's flying around again. There he is. Oh, his wings are burning up. Can't fly anymore. Alright. This part where missiles start to become really nice. So yeah, it's pretty tight windows for which he's vulnerable. So he can land at a nicely timed super missile and then get a bunch of rapid missiles off. You can get in a lot of damage pretty quickly. Jump on the tail, okay. Broke the chest plate, so now it's just his internals exposed. Sweeps back twice with that attack. Ow. His heart is exposed. Jump that. I love the detail of how you can see like his heart on there. Got him. Thank you, Chozo. Into the impact crater. Oh, I don't like the footstep sounds. Oh. I'm playing this game with my headphones on, so I don't think I've ever heard that. But just when I'm walking around, it's just like, oh, it's so wet. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Oh. Oh, that's awful. Limited data on material on unknown material available. Material is highly radioactive. You will take damage from direct contact. Mutagenic qualities are at least 86% greater than Phazon. Unshielded bioforms below index level P will suffer fatality within moments. So yeah, there's this red Phazon here.
Recording to logbook.
which we are not immune to. Also, look at all these little newt guys. Lumagek. I guess they're more supposed to be geckos. Either way, look at them. They're little cuties. Natives of Talon 4, the Lumageks travel in swarms to increase their odds of survival. They absorb and radiate phazon energy, making these swarms a threat. I think they're cute. It's kind of interesting that those red phazon variant, I guess spoilers, but the red phazon, it never comes back in any of the other Prime games, despite the rest of the phazon definitely coming back. Nuke that guy before he gets a chance to do any real damage. Missile refill station. Again, I don't know why those things are so rare in these games. Well, this game specifically. I can't even remember if they're in the other two Prime games. I don't know what I was stuck on there. Okay. I'm just gonna check something real quick. Oh, there is one more that I managed to miss in here. Weird. I don't really know what that last one is, but... Oh, there's actually two that I missed. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Missing only 2 scans in the whole game. That's pretty good. Anyways, look at this fucking thing. Every time that I've seen someone's live reaction to seeing this for the first time, it's been, what the fuck is that? Grace, if you remember, that was your reaction. Anyways, say hello to Metroid Prime. Highly evolved, phazon-producing life form. The aberration known as Metroid Prime is the source of phazon, making it immensely powerful. A genetic flaw makes it susceptible to certain weapons for brief periods. Only its head is truly vulnerable. Other attacks are a nuisance. Offensively, Metroid Prime has a number of natural and mechanical weapons at its disposal. These include ultra-frigid breath, multi-missiles, snare beams, and particle wave projectors. Its massive strength and barbed carapace make it lethal in melee combat. Recommend maximum firepower when engaging this enemy. And maximum firepower I will use, because this guy has a lot of health. Makes sense, considering he's kind of the final boss. And by kind of, I mean he is the final boss. Or she, or it. Honestly, don't know the pronouns of Metroid Prime. They, them pronouns. Maybe Metroid Prime would have, Xeno pronouns. Or maybe Neo pronouns. Xeno pronouns is kind of fun though, because Xeno means alien. Hide in the ditches in order to avoid damage. Are you sure about that, Grace? With how fucked up it is, it has to be a man, you said in chat? Cause I'm not so sure, honestly. Oh, I love when you use the ice spreader on it. Cause then it just looks like when you slap a slice of cheese on a cat's face. Like it just freezes, it's like, help! Oh. Okay. Head in the ditch. Oh shit. Doing pretty good so far. Oh, I get to slap him with cheese again. God damn it. Get him with the cheese. No! Got the cheese slap. Oh, he's starting to combine attacks. Let's try flamethrower on him. I'm pretty low on missiles though, so maybe I should save him. Ooh. Okay, got him. Get him with the cheese slap. Sorry, I keep calling it that, but that's what it looks like. Try and get these for some extra missiles and stuff. Oh, he switched elements again. When he's really getting down to the wire, he starts switching his elements really fast. I keep saying he. but I just established I don't even think it's a man. Maybe it's like the he, him, xenopronouns or something. Spelled very differently. Anyways, hello. Metroid Prime, the core essence of Metroid Prime. Scan indicates that the Phazon energy form of Metroid Prime is vulnerable to all conventional weapons. Invulnerable. Big difference. Only attacks from a Phazon-fused arm cannon will damage it. It generates pools of Phazon when it attacks. Use these to fuel your suit's Phazon weapon system. The entity can also spawn Metroids to assist it in battle, rendering itself invisible when it does so. I love how you can still see the exoskeleton from Metroid Prime here. Alright. So to find out where it is, you gotta switch visors, which is really cool because for their first phase, you're switching between your different beams, but then for your second phase, you're switching between your different visors. Really making sure you get the most out of all your abilities. They just really don't want to make a pool of Phazon, huh? There we go. Oh, hello, Metroid. Let's use one of those. Zap them with Hyper Beam. Almost there. There it is. Alright. I love how the arm cannon completely changes too when you're in hyper mode. It looks so cool. But with that, we finally beat it. We beat Metroid Prime, both in the sense of the game and also in the sense of the abomination. Goodbye, Phazon suit. Not really sure how it grabbing the Phazon suit like that works and taking it from Samus, but just don't question it. She looks really nice in this game. I really, really like her design for Prime 1. I wish they would use it more, because, yeah, in Prime 2 and 3, they try and go for more of the Zero Suit design, and, well, it's a little uncanny in those games. I feel like she looks the best. Her face looks the best in Prime 1. But yeah, aside from a little post-credits scene for getting 100% of items, that was Metroid Prime. One of my absolutely favorite games. You know, I have like some problems with it, which I kind of kept to myself for the most part, just because I wanted people to be able to form their own opinions from watching it as best they can. But, you know, all things considered, like, I think this game is, like, so cool. Just the amount of atmosphere that the game gives, the amount of, like, storytelling through, like, the scan logs. Oh, I love the scan logs. They're genuinely one of my favorite things about, like, the Metroid series, really, and it really wouldn't be a Metroid Prime game without scanning. And just the way that they can, like, do, like, the storytelling through that, where you connect with the Chozo, who have long since gone extinct, or kind of get that perspective on the space pirates and all their, like, horrible shit that they're doing behind the scenes, experimenting with Phazon, ignoring any regulations and safety concerns just to push themselves to be all that much more stronger, creating abominations like the Omega Pirate or Meta Ridley. Oh, so good. Not to mention, I think, like, Phazon is just, like, such a really cool, like, sort of antagonist for the game. That and Metroid Prime, which is kind of the embodiment of Phazon itself, the abomination aboard that meteor, as alluded to in the Chozo lore. The worm, as they called it. God. Just so cool. I kind of wish that they chose the spelling of WYRM instead of WORM for worm in the Chozo lore, though. I feel like the spelling that they chose makes it seem like it's a literal worm, like an earthworm, crawling around in the meteor. When really it's a Metroid that's like super heavily mutated by Phazon to the point of like basically being the embodiment of Phazon itself. I don't know. Still super cool though. And I love how you can like get the story to convey to you without doing any of the lore scans too. Didn't get to see that in this playthrough obviously, but like before I did this one, I just did a playthrough where I didn't do any scans, which was really hard for me to do, given that I just love scanning everything, but the story still comes through. Like seeing the Phazon for the first time and the space pirates flying away as you approach the Phazon, you get the idea that space pirates were doing something with the Phazon and like all the mutated and dying things from the very opening of the game. Also helps to reinforce that understanding. And then with all the Chozo artifacts and the fact that there's like all the ruins, especially surrounding the crater where there's like the seal formed, like obviously you get the implication that the Chozo must have had something to do with sealing it away and knowing like the threat of Phazon. So I feel like even without the with all the scan logs, as much as like they do help with that additional like sort of optional storytelling, I feel like the storytelling still comes through the environmental aspects of the game as well, which again, super cool. Like kudos to Retro Studios who made the Prime series for like being able to pull that off, honestly. Like so cool. But yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of just like issues, which I alluded to, I think the backtracking is a little excessive in Prime 1 specifically. It's better in Prime 2, and it's a bit better in Prime 3 as well, I think. But like as you kind of seen watching through Prime 1, there'll be times where it's like, alright, I'm in Frendrana, and then I gotta go all the way back to Talon Overworld to get an item, and then I gotta go all the way back to Fendrana right after that. I've been trying to like break it up, make it not so bad by using those treks as opportunities to pick up on any items I might have missed. But even so, it's done a lot better in Prime 2 especially, I feel like. Still, even with that little criticism, still a very cool game. Definitely one of my favorite games of all time. What's this? Metroid Prime ain't dead yet, and it's using the Phazon suit as an exoskeleton. Guess we'll just have to pick up on that storyline with Metroid Prime 2, which I'll be streaming tomorrow. So, if you're interested, try and catch me live. Otherwise, I'll be uploading the VODs, as I usually do, onto my YouTube channel at Emiliosaurus. But thank you so much for joining me for my playthrough of Metroid Prime Remastered. And hopefully you will join me again for Prime 2 and 3 and 4. I'll see you guys then.